she die?
I need a moment, Commander. I'm sorry. I know this is war, but I just can't believe she's gone. She was my partner, my friend.
I'm sorry too. Tegwin, we lost a good soldier today, but she died saving lives. We'll honor her memory.
Count on that. She was a tough old stick, and she fought well. When we get home, we'll all raise a toast to her bravery with the good stuff. And this time, I'm buying.
Tegwin is back with the Mother Tree now. Her memories, and our memories of her, will inspire generations of new Sylvari.
She'd love that. She always wanted to be the wise old elder that everybody listened to. For her and for me. Thank you, everyone.
So what was that? It's three or four Sylvari that have died in my playthrough so far. Army badge. Selectable stats on an amulet. Which means that we can get ourselves celestial stats. Is this a rare? Yeah, it's only a rare. That sucks. Looks like we're getting ready to go to Ara. Oh, broke it. I broke it. That looks like something buried right there. Giant risen chickens. Okay.
Fast.
We have one more bird to take down.
My all.
Deposit the material.
Power flow at 30%. Rerouting.
Deposit the material. Alright. More. Come here. Come hither. Follow me, Ed boys.
Tactician Byrne.
New
I was told you'd be
lands,
heading
new
up an armored company.
opportunities.
Yes, Lightbringer. They'll be here. I ordered them to get some rest and a warm meal before the next operation. Hope that's all right.
That was a terrible call. Just joking. You're a good leader, Byrne. I'll brief you on the situation once you're settled in. It's an honor to serve with you, Commander.
Why am I so big compared to that guy? Holy crap.
Hello, Priestess Amelia. Didn't expect to see you out here on the front.
As ever, I carry Dwena's healing light and go where I'm needed.
It's a pleasure to see you. Between you and Deborah, it's like being home in Divinity's Reach.
There's no way the Sylvari are as big as the Norn, right?
Everybody, where do we stand? Are we ready to roll on the Risen?
Soon, Commander. We're waiting for gw2's warband to get here with the tanks.
There's a heavily defended Risen post southeast of here. If we take that position, the Pact will control this whole area.
Lightbringer Ives, scouts report a wave of Risen heading for Caer Shadowfane.
From what side, soldier? From the shore or the mountains?
Both, sir. I think they're trying to take us out before the tanks arrive.
Ives, stay here and coordinate the defense. Burn, you're with me.
Ready the defenses. Push the undead back.
That guy had red eyes. I don't trust him.
It's going well for now, but the Risen are relentless. I don't know how much longer we can defend the Care.
Keep your spirits up, Ives. Our tanks will make a difference. Listen to me. I'm praising Char ingenuity.
Pact ingenuity, tactician. Nobody's doing this alone. We need to roll those tanks toward the Risen line. Once we hold that position, the Pact has a straight route to Ara and Zaitan.
Hurrah.
Commander, the Pale Reavers volunteered to scout the route. We're tired, but together with you, we started this fight, and together we'd like to see it through.
Char tanks, human escort, and a Sylvari scout team. Doesn't get any better than this. We move on your command.
Hooah! Tanks primed and ready to roll out on your order, Commander. Commander, the soldiers want you to have the honor of being in the lead tank. They look up to you. It'd do them good to see you in the thick of it.
Thank you, Geargrind. Tactician Burn, have our soldiers defend the tanks while we deliver firepower right down the Risen's rotten throats.
Will do, Commander.
Keep this area secure. Our tanks won't make it through that rough terrain. The Risen will get close and tear us apart.
We could send in foot soldiers. What are your orders, Commander?
Gear Grind, you and your warband hold this position with the tanks. Karis, Burn, you're with me.
Be cautious, Commander. We may have broken their line, but those Risen dogs will come back even stronger if we don't kill their leader.
Hey, watch the dog cracks.
He didn't mean anything by that, Ellie girl, I promise.
This wasteland is starting to get to me. Half the time I can't sleep. The other half, I don't want to wake up.
10% of care package. Tank is very high. A little taste of home.
At least we're all together. There's comfort in that.
They use the raptor skill on the lich. I just kicked this dude's tail and you just let him run over there and kill people? How dare you, game?
Burn? Dead? Oh, poor Sam. I can't believe he's gone. He was so brave.
He deserves a burial befitting a hero. Will you take him home to Divinity's Reach?
I'll do more than that. Sam was like family to me, so I'll take care of his family too. Come on, Allie. You're still a pack dog for now, but when this is all over, you can run in the fields all day and sleep by my fire at night.
The dog's gonna die, man. Reinforcement canister.
You rarely see one of those.
Begin destruction protocol.
Destruction protocol. Allie Jebediah Smith.
We can make a huge contribution to the war effort by securing this tunnel. A moment, please. I need to call in some reinforcements before we depart. That should do it. Let's exterminate some spiders. This place is infested with arachnids. Be sure to keep an eye above as well as around. Normally I'm not too bothered with spiders. officially secure. Let's guarantee its security by retaking his base. Why switch when we're ahead? The longer this takes,
Swift and steady.
Wow, I actually lost in a straight up fight.
presents new opportunities.
I don't believe it. The walls are still standing. Welcome to your new home. First things first, let's free these Dolyaks from their supply packs. I want those poor beasts able to fight.
Fully maxed out Necromancer Elite Spec is just doing a random Dolyak quest.
This place may be a little run down, but with a little elbow grease, it'll be up and running in no time. You soldiers, guard those supplies. We'll see to the rest.
My destiny is taking root.
chopper come down? If there's any survivors, I doubt they'll last long. Could be some sweet salvage, though.
Might happen today.
You know what would be different? If you left me alone.
Duty calls.
You've heard the stories they tell about our leader?
Assuming even half are true, it seems unlikely that even Matter could have survived all that.
He seemed determined in risking his life and ours. Why else would he leave us the sort of
Against the corruption.
Greetings, Commander. This is Havrun Gretchen, one of the spirit shamans of Holbreck. With her is Larenthir, War Master of the Vigil.
You're an inspiration, Commander. Many believe that if we can defeat Zaitan, Jormag will be next. Your deeds bring great hope to the Norn.
Silvari sing of your victories, and even the Char raise battle cries in your honor. You've been a spark to many flames.
It's my pleasure to meet you both. I hope today will bring another victory for Tyria. Marshal Traherne, what's our goal?
I have created a ritual that might cleanse a dragon's corruption. If it succeeds, this mission could be a turning point in the war. My research suggests that the royal tombs were deeply sacred. They may still hold the connection I need to restore the land with Or's fading life force. If the dragon discovers our attempt, he'll try to stop us. Havrun, you and Larenthir will defend the mouth of the tomb. Give us all the time you can.
We will, Marshal Traherne. By the bear, I swear we'll hold the line or die trying.
We must cleanse these lands and make the soil fertile. We will make the soil dark and black and grow all the vines and the trees and the plants. Stab. So you get Fury, but it takes longer. Forgot this is that thing that I gotta stay behind him. Yeah. Lead the way, Traherne. Lead the way to victory. The Lords of the Plants. doth thou wish to fight? Are you in good hands?
This is Azabe Kabar. Gretchen, you and Larenthier must hold the entrance. Zaitan's forces will be relentless. Our survival is in your hands.
I understand, Marshal Traherne, and I won't fail you. You'll have the time you need.
Additional vulnerability, we got... Like, if we do this, we get damage reduction. We still get life siphoning, you know?
I'm wilting. Need more endurance. I feel furious. Ready for more.
I'm pleased you're here.
If we can get sigils that inflict vulnerability on our items, that could be really good. I wish I had a better pattern on my character now that I see this, though. Like, it looks good on the back, but the front is just naked. You know?
Take that!
This is the place. We'll perform the ritual here. The moment we begin, Zaitan will know. Be ready for anything.
100% ready. I'm so ready.
direction!
Right!
Some must fight so that all may be free.
No. We were so close. By the pale tree, it's impossible. All this, all these lives, wasted. All for nothing.
Traherne, didn't you see? The cleansing worked! For a moment, the spirit of the land rose up like a breath of wind.
We all felt it. It was as if Or's own soul was fighting to be free. The ritual was a success.
But the absolution didn't hold. Though sacred, the royal tombs weren't strong enough. This isn't the heart of Or. I wonder if such a heart still exists.
Wait. Remember the vision that the Pale Tree gave us? An Orion king spoke of the source. Maybe that's something that can help.
You're right. The source of Or. Yes. I think I remember hearing about such a thing. A priestess of Grenth and a shaman of the Norn spoke of it.
Those sound like solid leads. Which should I follow?
That, my friend, I shall leave to you. 2 roads to the same goal. The cleansing of Or, and eventually Zaitan's own demise. We were so close. Closer than ever before. But we cannot give up hope. My wild hunt is not in vain. This is a challenge we can overcome. You have my gratitude, Commander, for all you've done.
Darn right, 'cause you dragging me in here, turn every time. Every time. Get a good amount of ecto doing this though. Affirmative. Affirmative. Defend the gates of Ara. It's like a mix between a Norn and a Balthazar. It's very odd. Yeah, it's Norn Doldemore armor.
We'll remember it for many years to come.
Yeah. First store. Oh, that's like the beach moment right here. Oh crap.
We must rise and return to the fight.
Undead tendrils are awful lot like Abaddon's tendrils. Abaddon had 6 eyes. Six eyes, 6 gods, 6 dragons. Pendant of a raw in inventory? I don't think so. Scallywag lucky coin. I just been holding on to it for a while. Well, I was doing the story, basically, and I had a character before this that was my human revenant, and I replaced him with this character. And on the human revenant, I was doing a walking challenge, and I never really got back to it, and then I just kind of figured maybe I should start again, but I already kind of messed it up because I've already made it all the way through here. My human revenant only had been through like this section of the map. But essentially, it's called the Walking Challenge, and it was to make the game harder. Kind of hard to really explain, but basically how it works is you don't run in any area that you haven't map completed. You can ride mounts, but you have to go walking pace if you ride the mounts. Any combat, you have to walk, and then you try to take the roads when possible. And you have to do all the events and stuff that are in your way when you go places. I probably should have went this way and up here. It's probably what I was supposed to do. Because this is the beach. What makes it harder necessarily is when you're walking around, you got to kind of decide where you're going to go. But when you're in combat is the main thing. And the main reason I started it was I was looking into a theory about Lissa, and I was looking for any sort of dialogue or lore around Lissa and the gods, even Abaddon here. And the only way you could really get the full like dialogue options from all the NPCs was walking. And so basically I was doing all the quest lines and stuff, and if you're walking, it gives them time to do all their dialogue and make new quests pop up before you leave. Combat-wise, walking speed while in combat makes it harder because you either have to know, like every boss fight, you have to know exactly where you're going, or you have to have a lot of dodges or time your dodges perfectly. Or you have to use your skills in different ways. It's definitely a lot harder when you're fighting bosses. But yeah, I think I gotta go this way. I'm not really much of a Revenant player. I'm a warrior guy, but I'm getting better. I'm making all new characters for Warrior, Revenant, Mesmer, probably Ranger, and all of that. I'm going to do all the storylines, all the living seasons, front to back. Should be good. Engineer, eh? Hey, can you tell me, so I think it's called the Hollowsmith. From what I read lore-wise, it says they use focused sunbeams or like sun, like light or whatever. But from some of the skills that I saw, there's like a shield that looks pretty similar to like an Asuran shield or something, but I guess it uses sunlight. But do you think that that looks better on, say, like a Sylvari? Would it make more sense for like a Sylvari to use that, or like say a Norn or something, you know? 'Cause I was thinking about making a Hollowsmith, and part of me was like, you know, sunbeams, probably Sylvari, but then that shield ability looked more like technological, and then they were using a hammer, I believe, and I was like, you know, Norn, big Norn with a hammer, could be cool. I don't have that many Norn characters anymore, specifically because of the armor. I mean, I was mainly playing humans just because any of the big creatures, the armors kind of look weird on. They stretch out. And then, basically, I had this Roman guild, which was all human-based. I started making different race characters again because I was looking at, like, thematically, certain races are just better for specific classes. But I also think that racial skills can still play a part in the game, and people don't really use them as much as they think. There's certain things that you can use those racial skills for that can really affect your class. So I made a Mesmer Asura because they're supposed to be good with magic. But my Chronomancer that's a human, I can basically keep Hounds of Balthazar up on a 30-second cooldown. So with the Asura, you could say use the defensive golem. It'll put up that defensive bubble shield every like 10 seconds, which is pretty decent. But if you use the battle suit, you get a whole another HP bar and another heal skill, you know? Mesmers don't have access to a lot of like immobilization, but if you're a Mesmer Sylvari, you get access to a really good targeted immob.
Welcome,
and
Commander.
if you use Mimic,
I've
you
asked
can
Priestess
use
Rai
it
to
twice.
join us. Her
You know?
knowledge of the god of death is unmatched.
And Sylvari have access
I
to
never
a
thought I'd be
3-second damage
standing here.
immunity on their
The
ult.
Cathedral
So
of
if you're a
Silence,
Chronomancer
the
and you're a
first temple of
Sylvari,
Grand Thenteria.
then you could
This is the
basically
shrine of the Seven
keep your
Reapers.
3-second
Who were the Seven Reapers?
immunity on your ults
Priest's
on a
growth.
30-second cooldown,
Mortal heroes
and then
that
you
fought
could do a
beside
damage
Grenth when he
immunity
defeated
rotation.
the god Doom and ascended to the throne of death. They became his avatars. I can still feel the altar's sanctity. The secrets you seek are here. But Ori...
On my Asuran, I'm trying to work out. Basically, there's a ability inside the Asuran or inside the Mesmer trait line that when you daze somebody or when you interrupt somebody, you can recharge a weapon skill for 10 seconds or 5 seconds. I think it might be 5 seconds. But you get Techno Bobble in the Mesmer trait line or the Asura trait line. So you can actually get an additional interrupt. So if you used like Chaos Armor or like I'm planning on using a staff on him, so you can use the Phantasm 3, get 2 Mesmer Rays that'll apply vulnerability, then you'll get 2 clones, then you could interrupt with Technobobble, recharge the ability, use it to get 2 more clones, if it's the only skill that you use, something like that. Yeah, I'm aware like meta builds and stuff. I'm sure racials and things really aren't that amazing, but I think there's a lot of things people just don't do in general, you know? My main argument for it is, well, I mean, technically, I'm pretty sure that they could make racial skills available to every race if they wanted to, and lore-wise, it would still make sense, especially with the alliances now. But my thing is like, take Warrior, for instance. Like, Core Warrior, you can use Banner, which, if you're in a group of warriors and stuff, that's what I use in warrior groups. But solo, I mean, you can do Rage, Signet of Rage. But if your build isn't really like suffering on adrenaline gain, you don't really need Signet of Rage. But Signet of Rage can give you infinite Fury uptime if you're by yourself. But if you have more Fury gain, like a Greatsword or something, you don't really need Signet of Rage. So then your racial skills, like if you're a Condi warrior or something, Spirit of Grenth or whatever can give you a decent amount of poison access or give you a decent amount of chill if you want that, but it has a higher cooldown. Hounds of Balthahar have decent burning application, but it's not like the craziest thing in the world. But if you're an Asuran warrior, you can use the radiation field, and then you'd have access to it. Has like a 60-second cooldown. You get like 60-something seconds of poison, and it's a poison combo field, which warriors don't usually have access to. I think it does AoE weakness as well, so it gives you another skill that can do weakness, and a poison combo field, and poison just a general as a skill that you never really get access to on warrior anyway. But like elite skills, especially in core builds, you have 2 options for your elite, and it's not really that impactful on most of the builds in general. Because like Mesmer, you get like, you can turn someone into a Moa, and then I forgot with the mass invisibility, you know? Compared to a racial skill, I don't think it's like the craziest thing. The elite spec skills are alright, but I just think there's some things that people don't use that could still benefit like in group play. Like the Char, their racial skills are kind of meh as a solo player, but they're the only race that has like an evade. And it's on a 15-second cooldown for an evade. So if you want a character to have extra evasion, I mean, that's pretty decent. Well, even like ruins, like let's say, so you know like the ogre whistles? They summon rock dogs, and then you have the ruins of the ogre, which summons a rock dog. So like if you're a ranger, you could have 2 rock dogs, you could have 2 hyenas, and you could have uh, 2 hounds of Balthazar, or you could have a Savari hound or 2 char. So you could basically, what would that be? You could basically have like 6 pets, 5 or 6 pets all at once. And, you know, that might be decent to body block for you if you're solo as a ranger. But now look at, you have like 10 people. You're looking at, God, like even if you had 5 pets and you had 10 people, that's 50 pets. Secret pet, you say? Talking about Nornworm. Isn't Warhorn 5 like a bee skill? Isn't like a beehive or something? It's been a long time since I've really played Ranger. Lunar Wolf. That's cool. So you're basically saying that Rangers can get 7 pets. Risen Squire. Yeah, that's something I didn't know. But that's the stuff, like, you wouldn't ever see a meta group use those things, but it's like, let's say you had that all together. With 10 Rangers or whatever, what are you looking at? You're looking at 7 pets for 1, I guess, with the Lunar Wolf. Times 10, that's 70 pets. And Rangers that have, like, mass ranged ability. I don't think the meta events are really that hard to really justify having to use meta builds. But I understand that if you're going for like gold per hour, it's fine, but yeah, the problem is that the way the game community is now, like if you try to do that, you're in for like the most toxic hate show of your life. Like you're going to get hated out for sure. This guild that I had, when I stopped playing, it kind of fell apart, but we used to do that stuff. We mainly had warrior groups, set up groups of 10, subdivisions of 3, warrior groups, and then you had 2 people in charge that could be any class. Ogre pets, they can stay up pretty much infinitely as long as they don't die. I think they do like 1,000 damage or something in auto, and then they apply bleed, if I'm recalling correctly. Hounds of Balthazar, on a normal player, I mean, you're just looking at like 30 seconds, but they do AoE burn. I don't think Hounds of Balthazar is the best option, but hyenas, you can keep 2 hyenas up pretty much as long as you want. Just depends on if they die or not. Chronomancers can keep the Chronomancers are the only ones that can really keep the elite skills up, but I haven't really tried to use them in a group, So I don't know, like on a warrior or whatever, if the alacrity that you get from other people, what the cooldown reduction would be. But chronomancers definitely can. I don't have the misfire wolf. I think the misfire wolf has a lower cooldown. But it's just like, cause I made this debate like a while ago with warriors. The last time I played was because people were saying warriors were terrible, and everyone stopped playing them, and they started kicking them out of meta groups or whatever. And when I came back, they nerfed my old build that was like super powerful. They got rid of all the banners. They got rid of a lot of stuff as far as I saw. And but my argument back in the day was that some people were saying that warrior skills were terrible, and I was looking at them and I'm like, I don't think they're meant, like some of the warrior skills, I don't think they're meant to be used solo. Like they say shout hills are terrible, but if you have 5 warriors, the shout hills are really good. So in a warrior group, one rotation of shout hills is like 100k health and like 40 something condition removal. And then like Warhorn, if you have 5 warriors with Warhorns, you get like, I don't even remember how much barrier. I calculated it a long time ago. I don't know if it's the same, but you get even more condition removal, even more barrier. So like warrior skills, I think might generation and stuff like that is more for like personalized healing. And then like the shout hills and stuff, when you get them in a group together, it kind of replaces the need for a healer.
Hail, Ancient One! Rise from your frozen tomb. I, your priestess, call upon you, of Grenth himself.
Who dares summon me? A true priest? Is there such a thing in this fallen land?
I am Grenth's servant, and we have survived many dangers to speak with you. Please, hear us.
Well, you're doing you have the classic game review, and that's fine, man.
Very well. I will hear you out. But in return, you will kill in Grenth's name. The keeper of this shrine has fallen to Zartan. Grenth wishes him returned, but I am too weak to perform the task. Destroy the keeper, and I will answer your questions.
Thank you, Dark Reaper. We will do as you have asked.
My main thing about it is that there's no need to use it in the metas or the raids or the strikes or anything else, and people who play MMOs, they're always going to do the most optimal thing that they can think of, at least builds that are, you know, found to be most optimal. I mean, they don't test everything, but that's what they're going to do. And they're going to go to the end events, and you're going to farm through, you're going to get to the end events, get your top gear, and then you're just going to be wanting in-game content for the rest of your game years. And they're going to keep having to dish out in-game content to try and fill that void. But the game doesn't have like any higher levels, so there's nowhere to go. It's just goal grind and then different meta events. But there's ways that you can enjoy the game that make it more interesting. So say you don't need to do anything like that when you play normally, but say my guild groups in the past, we did groups of 10. We had things where we took like level 1 players to level 80 zones, and we did level 80 events protecting the level 1 players during the event, and it made it way harder and more interesting, because the game really isn't hard enough to justify needing anything if you really don't want to. And then if you do a warrior groups, 10 warrior groups, you need to do rotations where like people get in front and shield stance block, people time their like banner revives. Even like World v World stuff, you can have a Zerg run at you, and warriors can get like 25 seconds of damage immunity. And if they're Sylvari, they can technically get, 26. But it's just like interesting stuff like that. If you change the way that you play, and you're trying to like, it's sort of like a role play vibe, but it changes the game aspects completely. And it's never going to be seen as optimal. but it is a lot more fun, and it makes the game a lot more replayable when you do it. But you're never going to really get most of the players in the world to do it. Just like when the game came out. Yeah, but what's a meme run? If you have a group as level 74s, I mean, that's almost max level. I don't know if my build still works from the past, but I remember people got me to do fractals like a long time ago, and they said that you needed the agony resistance or whatever. And my warrior, I just went in there and I did all of them with 0 agony resistance. He was so damn tanky, you could just walk in there. I mean, it seemed like it had something to do with warrior. I mean, it was years ago. That was probably after they were released or something. See, but everyone's going to tell you that you need the agony resistance, though. There's no reason not to have it, I guess. Unless you're talking about getting those potions or whatever that people talk about. What I found something quite interesting, though, is like, so the more experienced players, they keep pushing the game devs to make more in-game content. Which, I mean, you can only make so many different gold farms, you know. Eventually, they're only going to go to, like, the best gold farm, probably, and stay there, so. But what I've noticed is, like, some of these earlier starting zones are starting to become really dead. And so, even though there's some bosses and things that you can't really do solo on your own, you're getting to see the different quest lines. Like, Queensdale, when the game launched, there was just a Zerg that ran around in circles. And you just had one quest that you saw all the time. And now you can see like the multiple quests. The Citadel of Flame, this whole area is completely empty. You're getting like 2,000 XP per kill over here. And then you have to unlock the dungeon. And so like on my character, I think I was like level 72 or something, 76, I don't remember. But I was trying to get into this Cathedral of Flames, and I was trying to do all the dungeons in order before I finished my storyline, my personal story that I'm doing now. And I had to try and unlock this dungeon by myself, and then beat all the dungeons solo because there's no players doing the dungeons. So then it's like, that's an entirely different experience considering, like, launch. You know, because, like, on launch, I was upset that they nerfed the dungeons because people said they were too hard. That was, like, they used to be really good, but then power creep, and then they nerfed the dungeons. And now when you play in a group, it's really terrible. But if you play solo, it's actually a pretty decent experience because, but it's really weird. Solo, it's pretty okay, and then as soon as you get one other person with you, it becomes super easy. Yeah, but that was, you probably soloed it back when you actually could get gold from doing dungeons, though. Because, like, on launch, dungeons were the gold farm, if I recall correctly. I think, well, maybe Silver Wastes were still there. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't released yet. But see, if there was still... If there still used to be, like, if there were still ways to make a bunch of money doing dungeons, people would just do the dungeons on repeat instead of doing meta events. It's just like in Guild Wars 1, people went and did like Fissure of Woe. But I'm just saying, like, back then, like, because I think you can get exotics or rares or something, you can turn them into Ecto. Are you talking about gold? They're not rewarding because of gold. I already thought of something that what Guild Wars could do to kind of, I don't know if it would satisfy, but kind of satiate in-game players, sort of. Because you know meta events, they're connected to maps, right? And all the maps, they have like their own expansions or whatever. But the meta events basically have like a one quest line kind of route. Yeah, I didn't find fractals very enjoyable, to be honest, either. I mean, that's just me, though. But I'm just now coming back and, like, filtering through the game a bit more. Because when I started, like, I've always been more of a storyline player, and then I went into PvP, and then I ended up doing 1v1 duels for, like, no rewards for, like, a long time. I made so many characters and did the storyline so much. I was disappointed that Guild Wars 2, there's not really any incentive to help people with storylines. The story's too easy for you to really justify trying to help them. And the open world is too easy for you to try and help a low level in like Queensdale. Because then you end up one-shotting every mob and then it just feels like terrible for them. Or you. I mean, it's boring either way. But meta event wise, let's say that they made a, I don't know exactly how they where they would put it on the map or what it would be, okay? But most of the time there's a meta event, so like say Cantha or whatever, they got that new little event that's in the Jade Sea, but they're all isolated. They're all connected to the map and the storyline of that piece. Make a big like global meta event that would have like the big gold farmers and then every quest chain, you know, because they have dynamic events that can go one or two different ways or three different ways. Make it to where each of them kind of tally up and whatever events has happened through the world affects the outcome of the event. It would be kind of complicated, but it would mean that meta build players would never really know exactly how to build for the event. So it would be very difficult to like have a farming run for it, and then it would change it up and make it more interesting to players that go and experience multiple times. Yeah. And then if the Guild Wars people wanted to and they wanted to go back, they could come back to all these starting quest lines and stuff, and then they can add, because the dynamic event system when it first came out sounded really good, because they were like, what you do is going to make a difference in the world and you're going to see the changes. But like in the release, you never did because everyone did the same things. And even now, they kind of reset, you know? And there's only like two options. Most of the quests in the world are kind of meh. They don't really mean much. But if they go back, they could add more branches onto these quest lines, and then it would make the start of the game completely different for experienced and new players. Yeah, well, the whole game is casual friendly. That's the thing. But I think you can have a casual friendly game and make the game more interesting at the same time. Like the different branches would just make it more interesting lore wise. You get more lore, you get more variety as you go through it, not see the same things all the time. And the more layers they add up with more branches of dynamic events, the more kind of content that you would have in the same area. But I think like after they get done with the End of Dragons part, I'm hoping that they start expanding some stuff out. Like we got the northern zones, we got the side zones, we got the southern part of Cantha, the islands over here. Anything that they want to do in the ocean, they could totally do. But I'm saying like completely new storylines if they want. They could have us go into the mists and kill the gods if they want to, because I think they're trying to, they're all human gods. So it makes sense that all the races would kind of take over a god role or something, but well, that's what I'm saying is that that's how every MMO is, and they're not going. Yeah, if it isn't something rewarding, they're only going to do it once. But that's why I'm saying that they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot because all of the super like serious gamers or whatever that are in Reddit and stuff that apparently got my Reddit banned, uh, they want more and more and more in-game content. But in Guild Wars, after you're level 80, there's not any major difference they're going to be able to do with in-game content and have it be casual friendly that's going to keep anyone interested. So you either have to make the meta events in each zone really difficult to where it kind of keeps experienced players busy, and then they have more variety where they have to learn more complicated meta events, or you just have one meta event zone and then you just kind of let them do what they want. Because if they're just going for gold per hour, they just want more and more meta events because they want more and more gold. And it's just an endless chain of like, it's just going to be nothing. And then all these meta events that no one does anymore, you're going to have new players join the game. These maps are all going to be dead. And then they're going to be trying to figure out how the hell to get some of this stuff done, and they're not going to have enough people to do it. Like, I, as a solo player, trying to get to this dungeon at, like, level 76 or whatever, I didn't have my armor, like, maxed out and stuff. I got all the way through this to get to the final bridge fight, and my character just didn't have enough damage to kill the last effigy, so I couldn't get in the dungeon. That's it. And I was on that map for 2 or 3 hours. Nobody was on that map. I had my commander tag out. I was talking in map chat. I had one guy show up right at the end when it was over. And now I can't even imagine like the Hearts of Maguma or whatever, like that big meta event and stuff that's down there. You're going to have guilds specifically to help people go through meta events. But I do think that they can fix a lot of this when they come out with new storylines. Once they get away from the dragon thing and they kind of are freeing themselves off from kind of the box that they put them in, they can do all kinds of stuff if they want to. Hopefully they do. But I don't think that elite specs are going to be able to keep going. They're going to have to tone that down at some point. They could make racials a thing if they wanted to. I don't know if they should do more races, but people want races in the game. But I think that's kind of where they messed up on this, because I understand that people like multiple races, and I'm fine with multiple races. You know, you get more lore or whatever. See, I have a couple theories of what could happen, but like, I think what they should do, I mean, I don't know about should do, but I kind of think what could happen though, because they're doing this whole multiple race theme. We're going to the Jade Sea. We're about to get into the whole demon thing, probably from Guild Wars 1. Um, I'm sure they're probably going to try and connect the void to it somehow. And I just started thinking about today. Abaddon has 6 eyes and all that, and like his statue has a human body. In Guild Wars 1, he didn't have a human body. Um, there's just like a bunch of weird stuff like that, and I have my Alyssa theory and stuff as well, book lore and stuff that I found in game. Um, I think the overall thing is that they'll kill off the dragons, and then they're going to probably go in. I don't know. They could do content things open on the land in Tyria still, but if we go into the mists, I think we got to kill off some gods. Okay, I think it's gonna happen. I think because potentially, yeah, I think what's happening is like the dragons were like consuming energy and somehow transferring it towards like the god planes, and then the gods came to Tyria, found the dragons, and then they had like more power and stuff. It's a weird dynamic, but Abaddon fell in the first game. We replaced him with Cormir. Okay, all my discussion posts that I posted on Reddit, they got me hated out, and I got a moderator that's instantly removing all my stuff, so I can't talk on Reddit anymore. But there's a lot of interesting lore things with Lissa. Lissa's also kind of like one of those gods that randomly kills people and stuff too. Um, yeah, the Void's corrupted energy. Did you play Guild Wars 1 by chance? Yeah, so I'm gonna throw like a theory at you that I'm not gonna say that I'm 100% into it. Yeah, I would still play Guild Wars 1, but I forgot my account information. I'm gonna talk to this guy real quick, and then we'll get to this next part.
We've done it. Praise Grin.
Praise the eternal alchemy, you mean? It was my device that summoned that creepy guy in the first place.
We've fulfilled our part of the bargain, Reaper. Will you honor yours?
So shall it be. You seek the heart of war, then you must go to the very beginning. The rock where the gods first set foot upon this world. There is an artesian well hidden in the mountains behind the temple of Melandru. There, you will find the place where ore began.
Thank you. We'll go there and cleanse this land of the dragon's corruption. All will once again be free.
Let it be so. I will see you again, heroes. In every swing of your enemy's blade, I will be there.
See, this is why I've started to do the different pathways in the storyline more and revisit these things, because I knew that this was the heart of ore in the other storylines, but on this one, he says it's the place where the gods first stepped down, the rock where they first stepped down onto Tyria. Which means potential juicy lore stuff.
Now I shall break you.
3 ecto off of that. That's crazy. Alright, so here's a theory. And I'm not saying this is how they could push the story, but I'm saying that it's a potential way that they could open it up to be race inclusive, because that's how I feel like things are going down. Because we had all these racials in Guild Wars 2. We have separate races. We have racial abilities that no one use. But every race, lore-wise, has the potential to use every racial ability for the most part, because we use Norn abilities as a human character in Guild Wars 1. So, the core game that came out with Guild Wars 2, I don't think that it took off as well as it has, because instead of one race like Guild Wars 1, where you would have 5 times the in-game content on the one map, you have 5 starting areas with 1 in-game content on the starting map. So that's why I think the game has been kind of slow to take off. But if they change the racials and all of that, they could add more races if they wanted to and add more racials and abilities. They could bring in capture signet stuff like Guild Wars 1, because Irene consumes magic. She can gift magic to you. So if you capture magic abilities from bosses, you could use them on your character through the dragon stuff. But going back to Guild Wars 1, go through all that, you fight Abaddon and Nightfall. Abaddon's the big bad, okay? Well, Abaddon was in the realm of torment, and then he had a bunch of like Meserisk type abilities. You can say Abaddon is he's the master of magic, so maybe he knows measure abilities as well. It's kind of hard to say, but because I don't know exactly what all type of magic Abaddon knew, but he was in the realm of torment. There's a lot of stuff like lore-wise, yeah, the Margonites and all that stuff. Now, I'm a little rusty in all of the Guild Wars 1 lore, but I went through like Guild Wars 2 and just like picked up random quotes. I've looked at the statues, I've talked to priestesses, I've looked around and waited for like NPCs to talk to the priests in like Divinity's Reach and saw stuff. There's like parts of the storyline where like Logan will like tell you by like Lissa's tear. I hope they like rot in a cell or something. You know, things that could like connect people to things. I think Lissa might be like the god's imprisoner. Something like that. Um yeah, she's kind of dumb. But so here's the thing, okay? So the gods, it takes all the gods to defeat Abaddon because Abaddon's the strongest god. So maybe he has access to all the powers, maybe it's just like some of the power. I don't really know what all of his abilities are. But he gets trapped, okay? So who trapped him there? I think Lissa. So Abaddon might, because like, so we seen the Realm of Torment and stuff, and they said that that's Abaddon's world, and maybe it was, or maybe that's what it turned into after Lissa kind of dabbled with it. Either way, or maybe it's just Lissa's realm and not Abaddon's, because Abaddon is the god of water, and we've seen the water dragon was the only nice dragon. Okay, so why would the god be the only evil god? Well, the gods trapped Abaddon there, because Balthazar made his chains and stuff like that. But I'm saying, like, why would the gods leave Abaddon in his jail cell by himself and not check up on him or anything? And I'm thinking, what if Lissa was like the prisoner? She was torturing him in the realm of torment and made him lose his mind. And then him, in his like desperation to escape, started to like use void magics and stuff. Now, in my head, it works kind of like this. So, the gods come to Or or whatever. They have the human race with them. Balthazar's attacking the Char, and they're pushing Char and all these other races and stuff back. Abaddon is tasked with giving humans magic, right? So Abaddon is giving magic to people he deems worthy. Lissa in her stories, when it talks about her, she like goes and she like eats a bunch of soldiers' food and she manipulates their minds and makes them fight. And then she'll like test people to see if they can see past the skin of like, you know, of stuff. Balthazar hated everybody but the humans. Duena likes the humans. Lissa's the one that says to look past the flesh. Now, when you look at some of the like nobles and stuff in Divinity's Reach and all that, a lot of them are still kind of like racist in this game. Okay, they still don't like Char, they don't like Asura, all kinds of weird stuff. Now, Lissa also gives magic to people that she deems worthy. Okay, but she tests them before she gives them the magic in the stories to see if they can see past the exterior and see inner true beauty or whatever. There's a book inside the Derman Priory that says Lissa is like, I don't remember the exact word, it's something about duality, similar to Abaddon and Grinth or somebody, or Doom. It was Abaddon and Dune. It compares Lissa to Abaddon and Dune. Dune is imprisoned in the underworld. Abaddon was imprisoned in the realm of torment. So Lissa, we've never really seen her realm. We've seen part of Melandru's realm in Guild Wars 2. We've seen Balthazar's realm in the underworld in Guild Wars 1. But the theory basically would be that Lissa didn't like Abaddon giving people power that she didn't deem worthy, or something like that. So she went and put herself in human form because she's the god that does that the most, for the most part. And she was testing people and tricking people to have conflict. So the soldiers that she forced to fight for her in one of her stories would be a conflict. Those soldiers, and a war starts between the humans. They go to the gods and tell them to take the powers back. And then Dwayna says, okay, Abaddon refuses, and Abaddon might have knew about the dragons, he might have not. Maybe he thought that giving humans the power, giving him magic powers, would kind of separate the magic and keep the dragons from awakening, maybe. Maybe it would kind of dilute the overall magic that's on the planet and keep them from waking up. I don't really know. But that means that the gods basically go and they imprison Abaddon. Abaddon's imprisoned in the realm of torment. Lissa ends up going to the realm of torment and watching Abaddon and torturing him to make him lose his mind and get him to do her deeds, just like she does other people. Okay? He attacks the world. We end up defeating him. Cormyr takes Abaddon's power. Cormyr gave up the realm of water to Lissa. Why would she do that? I have no idea. Cormyr was blind, though, in the first game, right? Lissa is a god of illusion. If we go and we do the Asura missions and storyline, when they have items and things that talk about illusion magic, it goes to the Grand Alchemy. It's not illusion magic, it is time and space magic. So Lissa would basically be like time and space, like mesmer magic. That's what she does, time and space magic, sort of. Okay, so she took the stuff from Cormyr. Cormyr was blind in the first game, so I don't know if she can see gods for truly how they are or not, even though she's the god of truth. Balthazar's already fallen in the game. Balthazar was imprisoned by the gods afterwards. Somehow got a hold of Lissa's mirror, but the gods took Balthazar's power. We don't know what happened to his original god power. He got the rest of his power from the dragons, and stuff like that. Lissa and them could have imprisoned Balthazar in the underworld. Ritlock wouldn't have freed Balthazar if he knew it was Balthazar, because he thought he was an old man. But if he had Lissa's mirror, then that would be able to let Ritlock free him. So maybe Lissa was trying to get him free to force Balthazar to start a war on Earth again and kill dragons to release more magic. But Balthazar's world doesn't have a god. He doesn't have his magic power because it got stripped from him. And Lissa now has the realm of water, which could potentially unbalance the rest of the power of the gods, because Abaddon was the strongest god. Now she controls his realm. Dwayna likes humanity for the most part. Grinth is Dwayna's son. Grinth also, in his lore, says that he's able to see through lies. So I'm thinking he's the one god that could see through Lissa if he really wanted to. And Lissa apparently has a twin, or maybe it's dual personalities. I don't really know. But, and then Melandru's kind of a neutral god. So if they go into the next part and they have us fight the gods, it could be like Lissa versus Dwayna. Grinth would be the key to everything. Maybe Grinth dies and it gets Dwayna evolved. I don't really know. And then it'd be Dwayna versus Lissa. Lissa doesn't like Dwayna because she's the leader of the gods. And then you would have to convince Melandru or something to get involved into the fight. Something like that. I don't really know. But there's a lot of sneaky little things that they put talking about Lissa that could make her a bad guy. But they could also not do it completely as well and be perfectly fine. So that's a long explanation, but that's what I'm saying. I need to slip out of here without that catapult hitting me again. Well, that's what I'm saying too, is like when I didn't really think about it a whole lot. I kind of had the idea from Guild Wars 1 in the past because Abaddon had like the tormented weapons, and I thought about like Realm of Madness, Realm of Torment. Maybe Abaddon's mad, or maybe he was tormented. But then also those are like Mesmer type skill abilities, like Madness and Torment and all that stuff are always kind of Mesmer type stuff, you know. But the tormented weapons and things, they're always purple, and Mesmers are always purple. So it's like it's just kind of, or I guess pink. I don't really know. But that's kind of what got me back into the game, though, was because when I first played, I just kept remaking characters over and over and redoing the storyline. And I burnt myself out of the storyline, and I burnt myself out of making new characters because I was sick and tired of all these starting zones. I couldn't stand starting areas. So then I had to start branching out and finding new ways to level. Like I leveled like 1 to 80 in the Silver Waste doing level 80 stuff. That was interesting. But I did the storyline. I never really thought about it. I kind of thought that the story was a little bit bland when I first came. Their writing and stuff isn't the greatest. And then when I came back, I started looking deeper into like side stuff in towns, NPC dialogue, the priests, the statues that they put everywhere, things like just on the map. So like, because they already kind of have it open for us to go to the realms of the gods and stuff. So like in Queensdale, let me get over here. Let me think real quick. So, what was I thinking? I don't remember exactly what I was thinking, but like in Queensdale, there is, I think Queensdale, the human storyline is still the main storyline of the game, and I think the Durman Priory is the main storyline in the game for that option. But the Godlaw Swamp, when you look over here, it used to be the Temple of Ages from Guild Wars 1, which you'll remember is the area that we used to go into the Fissure of Woe and stuff from, right? If you look at the statues, you can find the big statue of Grinth. I think you can find Dwayna, Melandrew. I can't remember Balthazar or something. Anyway, one of the statues is missing. I think it's either I don't think I think it's either Balthazar or Lissa. Yeah, it's either Balthazar or Lissa or something that was missing from this. But you can see a lot of times in Guild Wars 2, we have to communicate with the undead, and we are able to do that. Like Queensdale is a place where the underworld, it's very weak, and so they're able to branch into like our reality and get in here. So there's ways for us to get to the God's world still, and there's different spots over Tyria that have weak like points or whatever to get in and out of the underworld and stuff like that. I want this waypoint. Should have Balthazar, Grinth, Dwayna, Melandrew, and Lissa. Oh my god, I just glitched myself into the floor. Because that was back, that was after Abaddon fell. And got erased from the history books. See, but in that though, the underworld had, Doom was trapped in the underworld. I believe in Guild Wars 1 still. Just like he's trapped in Guild Wars 2, I think. Or Doom was trying to take over. That's the other thing. I don't know how exactly the Void works. But see, Grinth was born from Dwayna and a human. And he replaced Doom in the underworld and they imprisoned him. Balthazar has his brother that he's fighting on his world with the Shadow Army. In the underworld, you had like the Shadow Axe or the whatever those are. They were attacking the spirits of the dead in Guild Wars 1. What's the other one? Now, if they connect that to Void in any way, they could say like Doom is like the corrupted Void type god. Is basically doing the same sort of thing the dragons are doing. Balthazar's brother would be like the more corrupted Balthazar. But then it's like Lissa shows her as a twin. Does each god world have like a disaster going on that's getting worse with the Void? And if you connect the dragons to that, let's say that the dragons consume magic. All right, let me put on. Oh God, my head. I had a concussion like a long time ago, so my brain doesn't work the best anymore. But all right, so everything's in Void. Water Dragon creates Tyria or whatever is how the storyline goes right now, I guess. Then Water Dragon creates other Elder Dragons, which help her filter the magics into the different elements. The dragons are not able to enter the mists. The gods are, though. So when Kralkatork consumes Balthazar, he is then able to enter the mists. So, but my question is, because they've already set up stuff where you can have alternate timelines, alternate dimensions, alternate worlds. They already got all that kind of stuff set up with fractals. Fractals is basically a part of the storyline as well. You have an Asuran questline where you can see an alternate dimension of yourself being a world dominator as well. So there's that. But all right, let's say the dragons, they separate the stuff into the elements. We went inside. It's been a while since I did all the story, but we went inside. I think Kralkatork at one point, and it kind of reminded me almost like a god realm, sort of. But Kralkatork, that was just like the inside of them. It was all the energies and stuff. I thought it would kind of be weird. It doesn't fully make sense in my head, but what if the dragons consuming energy out into the world, they turn it into elemental energy, those go into the gods' realms. So maybe the gods' powers come from the dragons, and then the void corrupting the dragons is making like the shadow army and stuff like in Balthazar's world, and then they're fighting. Then the gods came to Tyria, meet the dragons, and then it's like a huge imbalance or something, right? I wouldn't say full EOD story. I didn't think it was finished. I came back like a while ago. Like I bought the expansion when it came out, and I haven't played in a long time. And I came and I beat it on one character, but it stopped at the meta event in the Jade Sea. I think we're waiting on the next update or something. I can't say I was super impressed with the Cantha thing, but it's alright. Going to Kralkatork's heart in EOD. I do not recall that at all. I remember defeating him and the other dragons again when they turned into shadow creatures. I want to look at this before I do the story, because this is where the gods first touched down in Tyria. So I want to see this. We went inside his heart. I know we went inside of him during one of the stories, but I didn't think we went back inside of him in EOD, or I don't recall it, but it's been a few weeks since I did it, maybe a month. I plan on doing all the storylines. That's what I'm working on right now. As soon as I get done with the personal story, I'm just going to go in order. I think. I don't really look forward to doing the Maguma thing. I really hate the Arene egg hatching stuff. So this is where the gods first touched down.
I have returned to Flame's side.
But, like, does it make sense, though? Like, when you think about the dragons and the gods, it's like Balthazar and then Primordus. You got fire gods are both pretty destructive, you know. I'm guessing Kralkatork would be Lissa, potentially. I don't really know. He was having mental issues between him and his tormented self, or his, you know, all that. Zaitan, I guess, with Grinth. But if Abaddon was the god of water, and the water dragon and end of dragons is the only nice dragon, dragon of creation and all of that, wouldn't Abaddon have some of the traits of the dragon, you know?
I deserve an award.
Forgotten stream complete. Water dragon allowed herself to be trapped. Abaddon got trapped as well. You know, so, you know, similarities, I don't know. They never added any expansions in Guild Wars 1, did they? Like, after Guild Wars 2 came out? Like, they didn't ever open up, like, any new god worlds or anything in the Temple of Ages? Is it still just Fissure of Woe and Underworld? Yeah, water and secrets. But see, but Abaddon is the god of secrets, but from what we've seen in the Guild Wars 2 stuff, it's the god's secrets. Like, he's the keeper of the god's secrets. He made areas for them to keep their stuff and ore. So he could have just been the god of water and then the god of secrets. I can't go to the secret rock. The other thing that's interesting to me, though, is that if ore is the place of the gods, for instance, the architecture's very odd. Because you have these, like, a bunch of circle-type designs all over the place. And there's a few, I don't remember exactly, it might have been in the Sura quest line. There's, like, some void-type circular things that you see during it. But also in the Great Alchemy, or the Eternal Alchemy, there's, like, dark spheres in the backgrounds as well. I don't know if it's, like, the void taking over worlds or what. Guild Wars 1 Beyond. War in Kryta, Hearts of the Norn, and Winds of Change.
My pain.
Those names sound familiar? Are those the like not the expansion packs? Are those were after Guild Wars 2 got released? Like after Guild Wars 2 got released, what did those add, if anything? Yeah. So those are all the expansions. I played those. I don't know if I really dug through the lore back in those days super hard, but I think I got the gist of the story. Yeah, because I remember fighting the Destroyer and Abaddon and
Soldiers of the Pact, you are not
bunch of
merely our
random
best
stuff.
hope.
I miss the dirt.
You
I
are
miss
our
making
only
builds in
hope.
Guild Wars
Your
1. My
duty
builds
is to
used to be the
defend this
best.
entrance against the servants of the dragon, Zaitan. The torch of renewal
See,
is
Guild
in
Wars
your
1 had a
hands.
good system, and I don't know why they didn't
Ignite the
necessarily
fire
bring
to
that over.
burn
Even if
away
they
the
made
corruption
Guild Wars
and
2
set ore free.
MMO and all that. Like, Guild Wars 1, they had a very direct type of, like, storyline that was, fair enough. But you wouldn't just play, like, the storyline just to play the storyline all the time. You'd play the storyline to, like, help new players. You'd play the storyline to, like, pass time. But a lot of times it was, like, to build characters. Like, it wasn't hard to level up, but there's always, like, an armor that you wanted for a specific character, or skills that you wanted for a specific character, and it required you to, like, go into different parts of the world and get things done, And that's, like, they could have did that in this game, and still had it be fairly casual, probably. I don't know. Yeah, well, you put Primordus back to sleep at the end of EOD. Because he was waking up, and that's where the destroyers were coming from. That's something that's weird to me too. So in Guild Wars 1, Primordus was waking up, and they say they wake up when a bunch of like magic or whatever is on the world. I guess you could like maybe say the Bloodstones or something did something like that. Or Abaddon maybe was waking them up. I don't really know, but uh the destroyers and stuff were like super hard to fight back in those days, and then now it's like the dragons are waking up. We don't have access to hardly any skills like we did in like our past selves.
This is it,
We're
Commander.
stronger, most
The source
definitely,
of ore,
but
the
like we don't have
font of
access
its
to all the
magic.
magic and
The
stuff that
water
we
from
had in
which
Guild
this
Wars 1.
land draws life. Our scouts reported
Like
an
destroyers
immense
are like
artesian
little
well at the
little
center of this
monkeys
cavern.
to us right now. We
The
just
waters
beat them.
run beneath the city of Arar, and from there to every corner of the nation.
Guild Wars
If
1,
we
it took
can
like a full
purify
party.
this heart well, then the magic will spread as the water flows, carrying our cleansing ritual throughout ore.
Is there enough life left in ore to power the ritual?
The heartbeat of the land is weak and thready, but I can hear it. When we reach the source, only then will we know.
All right, we're gonna take a deep look at the source.
Lead the way, Commander.
So this is gonna be the rock where the gods first touched down. It's weird to me right now is because it's underground. Even if this place sunk, I mean, like, would it really get completely covered in a tunnel? Yeah, but why would they be stronger in Guild Wars 1? Like, I guess the dragon didn't have as much energy seeped out into the world yet or something. It's weird to me, like, maybe it's because I just haven't played it in a while, but, like, the storyline, I don't recall it ever being, like, super drawn out in Guild Wars 1, but somehow it was always kind of, like, interesting. But I don't know. I spent a lot of my later days doing, like, Jake Quarries. So oh, damn. Don't mind me, guys. I didn't die or anything. Just continue dying up here for us.
Seems we're being invited in. Be on your guard. This will not be a friendly visit.
Not a friendly visit, he says. Need a good episode of Mandalorian today. I think there's supposed to be another one today, hopefully. So this is where the gods first touched down. And it's color-coded. So you got red, blue, green, light blue. Wait a second. Light blue and blue. I would assume this would be Dwayna, but maybe this is Melandrew. And this is no, cuz so dark blue could be ice even though it's not ice there. Maybe that's ice, I don't know. Ice would be underworld. Yeah, I was kind of confused because when I think Underworld, I think Necromancer. But I really think I need to think Ritualist from Guild Wars 1. Because he's the god of ice, so he would be blue. Dwayna would be light blue. Melandrew, I guess, would be green. Even though, like, Dune, he was a god of Underworld, and he was green. And then we have Balthazar, red. But here's the other thing. You see, so you got streams. This is green, I think, right here, too. But the thing is where's Lissa? And the only thing I could think is there's, like, all the stuff in the background is purple water. I probably don't remember how to do it. I have the Kallenbog sword on my guy, so I probably did it at some point, but I don't remember anything. Like, how do you do the side quest? Is it just like hunting? Looking for parts and pieces? Yeah, so trees, I would say that's Melandrew. There's a big tree there, even though it's undead now. You know what's also weird? Oh, okay. So I need to find something else. Is it just like an achievement mission? Because I avoided achievements in the past unless they had something that I really wanted on a character, but I'm starting to go through them and do them now because of lore. But I really hate fetch quest stuff, like, a lot. Um, Knight of the Thorn. Interesting. Try to Google it. Locate objects of power across Tyria to aid in restoration of Kallenborg. Huh. So you get a repaired Kallenborg, you get daggers. Is that a shield? And you can get the great sword, so I mean that's pretty dope. That's an interesting. I've never seen that shield on anybody. There's a Kallenborg shield that you can get, an item. I might have to actually. I guess I can show you the picture. Look at that. I've never seen this. I never see anyone wear plant armor really in general. This is part of the reason I made this character, but I've never seen this shield anywhere in game. That is interesting. So here's the dilemma, and I might need to double check on this because I don't know if this is considered a color. The area we just came through is pink, which almost makes me think Lissa right here, pink. But if Balthazar... So in Divinity's Reach, Dwayna is across from Grinth, and Balthazar is across from Lissa. And that would make Melandrew across from Cormyr. So if this is where the gods first step foot into Tyria, first things first, I'm going to point out that on the opposite side of Balthazar's little area, I think over here, is this kind of spiky sea urchin looking thing on the wall and a cracked door. Might be able to climb up on that rock at some point. But the fact that there's a sea urchin thing right there really bothers me. And if that is some sort of sickness, I am definitely calling that Alyssa. I would call that Lissa. And there's also like this little bit of purple water in the background on each section, which you could consider potentially like... Bro, I think the purple water in the background would be Lissa, but then you look right here. If this was Balthazar in Divinity's Reach, Lissa would be directly across from Balthazar. And you see this nasty sea urchin thing up in the wall corner? That just looks like nastiness, alright? And then that broken door and pink. I don't know if that's meant to be Lissa or not. But you know it was also weird? You go look, and also welcome back, but if you go look around Ore, they have undead statues of the gods, and then the thing says, so like the Balthazar statue I ran across today, and it says like, statue of the god of Balthazar eroded, or like wore down or whatever under the tides or something like that. But it's the Orion armor, like the nasty looking undead armor, and it shows their like skeletons, and then the same thing for like Melandru and stuff. Like if that's a worn down statue, then that means like, is that how the gods look if they get worn down? I don't know, it's just weird. Anyway. Alright, you're about done, sir. What does it look like I'm standing in right now? Does this remind you of anything? Does that pool of water remind you of anything? Yeah. Kind of like the Eye of the North, but also the scrying pool, yeah. I don't even remember. What was the lore behind the Eye of the North scrying pool? Like, why was that there? Because if this is where the gods... Well, you're going to spoil this? Or spoil Eye of the North? I would just say, like, put spoiler in chat or something. You're not going to spoil anything from me, man. I'm like the most... Like, you could literally tell me everything about a movie and I'll watch it and it won't have any effect on the outcome of what I think on the movie. Oh, yeah? Does the water do anything? You cleanse the area again? What is it, like, remove the vines and nasty underwater stuff? You might have to teach me how to do these side quests, because I don't know if I'm necessarily smart enough to find that. I might do it just to see this, because I think something with this sea urchin is going on. But like, if you have, do you repair Kallenborg inside of the pool? And what's the story like behind that? Like, why does the pool repair Kallenborg when it comes from the mother tree?
Thank you, brave heroes. Whatever wind guided you to this place, I bless that gale. My name is Riza, and I was the last king of Or. When the dragon rose, it plundered the royal tomb at Azave Kabar, and used the bodies of my family to create its most heinous servitors, the Eyes of Zaitan.
The other eyes? Those were the kings and queens of Or.
Yes, we were chained to the dragon, corrupted into monsters that bore Zaitan's vision and carried out its will. One by one, you have freed us. I, the most powerful of all, was placed here to guard the source of Or's magic.
Still a little bitch.
Yet you have found a way. I am deeply grateful. For this service, I grant you an ancient honor. You shall carry the title Champion of Or from this day forward.
Champion of Or.
Remember us as we once were.
Thank you, King Riza. I am honored, and I will remember you and your people.
Now, begin your final task. Cleanse this land. Restore what has been stolen. Confront Zaitan's power, and give Or a new beginning.
As you say, King Riza, it's time to wash away the corruption that dishonors this land. Rest in peace. We won't fail you.
I'm only ever going to wear Champion of Ore as a title if I'm like mining ore in the open world.
We will cleanse all together, as we were meant to do.
The line's broken. We're being overwhelmed. Fall back!
Zaitan commands your death.
Zaitan commands your death.
Form up and protect Marshal Traherne at all costs.
I don't know if the volume is like messed up on purpose or
Swift and steady.
if my game's actually broken. Bring it on!
I feel furious. Had enough?
Kallenborg was destroyed during fight against Mordremoth, so that's in Heart of Thorns. I seem to recall that. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I'll probably figure that out when I play Heart of Thorns here in a minute. The remains of the sword were brought to where you are now, and that is why it's repaired there. I mean, I get why, like, it's repaired here, but, like, why does the water repair the sword is, like, my question. Like, is it the water's just, like, got healing properties, or, you know, like, because didn't the mother tree die at one point? Like, could the water revive the mother tree? Or is this big tree right here, is this going to turn into the mother, like a new mother tree? All these vines in the water? Tree of life?
It's done. I can feel the waters beginning to radiate, with the energy of Kallenborg flowing everywhere the water touches.
Traherne, are you well?
Yeah, the energy of Kallenborg. Okay, that makes sense. So Kallenborg's put energy into the water, and it's going to take the energy back. I got you.
Medic?
That would make sense.
We need a medic over here.
No need. Our work here is done, though the fight is far from over. We must regroup at Fort Trinity, and then we will have the opportunity to plan your next step forward.
I look forward to it. And Marshal, congratulations on the successful conclusion of your wild hunt.
Wild hunt.
Me since I took my first steps, but now my wild hunt is
Okay, so
complete.
Kalimborg's energy is in the water, and we bring it back to repair it later. Makes
I have
sense.
the pact to keep me busy. Thank you for all you've done.
Do we leave the sword just sitting right here? Crazy.
The pale tree guides you.
See, this is such a Guild Wars 1 moment, but with less firecrackers
Everything in moderation,
and
including
armor.
moderation.
Guild Wars 1, this right here would have been like a celebration with all the people that were like you met over the story talking and stuff, and like giving you little lore bits and armor and weapons and all that good stuff. And then the reason why you would redo the mission is so you get access to these guys. And in Guild Wars 2, it's not like the missions are hard, but all you could put armor vendors and stuff in the missions, and people would actually come and complete them again. It's not like it would take them that long. I just wish the personal story had more of a reason to exist. See, so the thing that I messed up with is because since I didn't do the walking challenge all the way through my whole storyline, I didn't collect any lore bits and ore and stuff. And the way my head works is like it's very difficult to make myself look for things if I don't have a storyline to look for them. Like it's just that's probably one of my problems. The Artesian Waters. I'll go look at this Temple of Melandru real quick. So I'm pretty sure this is what they're trying to do, is they're trying to like connect the whole game together so you have a reason to go out and explore an open world. But it's just not natural for me to do that in games. Like I have a very difficult time making myself go out of my way. You give me like a piece of armor or something I want for my character though, it doesn't matter how hard the thing is to get it, I'll get it. So I was a little upset about the Decade armor or whatever that is that they just came out with. I saw it and it was like, oh, you need I wanted the helmet really bad, and it was before I knew that the dye stuff was super terrible. But you needed a bunch of things for it, and then now I figured out it's not that hard to capture. It's behind me. All of her statues are disabled. Where's her statue at? Yeah, I know it sunk during the Cataclysm. They connected it with the faux fire in Ascalon, but I just don't like it sunk, and then somehow it's in these perfect tunnels that just formed, you know? I need to find some of the statues of the gods. not exactly sure who you're talking about. Is it, you're talking about a Char or a human right now? Are you talking about like the King of Ascalon? Can we still not open this door? Here's what I think is, even if they don't add them to the game, if they wanted to, Warrior, Staff, Glaive, right here. All they have to do is add a skin. And then Scepter, Spear skin. Paragons, we're back. Ugh. I'm guessing this is potentially... Not exactly sure where all the statues would be. So this right here is where the gods first landed in Tyria. And it just so happens to be like in the very middle of the map. What are the odds? Maybe not the very middle. It's closer to the top of the map than the bottom, so does that... I think you're getting some stuff mixed up, or maybe I am, because you're saying defeating a Char army at the gates of Ara, and Ara is like on Or. I guess I could go do that dungeon, or did I already do it? I don't know if I did that dungeon or not. As far as I understand it, well, in Guild Wars 2, they say that it went underground when they did the faux fire in Ascalon, because the gods gave the king in Ascalon the two swords in a way to cause the faux fire incident. But for some reason, it detonated Or as well. So you're saying Visor Kilibron? I have no idea who that is. I know that the king in Ascalon shoved his sword into the ground and activated the faux fire, which blew up everything and turned his people into ghosts. And then somehow that activated Or, and then it fell underground. That's all I know. I guess they could technically, maybe they could blame it on Zaitan, I guess, but as far as I know, it's connected. I'm not very good with names. That's all I really know. All I really know is when you say like Vizier, it sounds like a Char name. Was that the last King of Or that we were just talking to? I need to get back to the Joko quest line and go visit the Primeval Kings again, because I don't remember those guys very well. An ex-advisor from the last king of Ur. So you're saying that guy was in Ascalon, or he did something in the ore that made it sink? Yeah, it was the first kingdom. I mean, I would assume Ur was in the same spot that it is now. Look at that. There's a green orb in front of this statue, but I thought this was Balthazar's statue. 1 second. Oh no, they're all green. Well, they said everything was Abaddon in Guild Wars 1. The Char invasion and the, well, Abaddon was behind the Titans, and then the Char were worshipping the Titans. So Abaddon influenced all that. See, but I need to look up these forbidden scrolls, because as far as I know, Char did not make it to Ara. Char made it to Ascalon. I'm guessing the forbidden scrolls, or you're saying they're in ore? I probably need to buy the Guild Wars 2, like, or the Guild Wars lore books. I don't really read that much anymore. I mean, For me, that doesn't make sense. Because in Guild Wars 1, we were in Pre-Searing. Pre-Searing is in Ascalon, and during prophecies, after you leave Pre-Searing, the Char make it past this wall using the Flame Legion magic that they got from the Titans, which was orchestrated by Abaddon, and they attacked the kingdom. After Pre-Searing, when we leave and we start fleeing through the mountains through all the dwarfs and stuff back in Guild Wars 1, the king of Ascalon shoved his sword in the ground and caused the foe fire, which destroyed Ascalon, killed all the Char invading, and turned all the humans into ghosts. And then, as far as I know, lore-wise, during the same period of time, Or went into the water and sunk. And then we go through the whole Guild Wars 1 story, and then we make it all the way to the Ring of Fire, and we fight in Mersat and all that stuff. And then later on, we go through Lion's Arch. Where the hell's Lion's Arch at now? We go through Lion's Arch to Cantha in Guild Wars 1, which would have put us right through where Or was. Because in Guild Wars 1, there was no Char anywhere in this area. Anywhere over here. All the Char are right here. And all of the Guild Wars 1 expansions happened after pre-searing. Or after the searing of Ascalon. So, the secret scrolls, I'm not exactly sure. I don't remember exactly how it's connected. All I remember is that so the gods gave the swords and all that stuff to King Adelburn and the people in Ascalon. It was a ritual that they were supposed to use, and like as a last resort, which is basically just like a nuke. And then when they used it, it destroyed Ascalon and Or at the same time. As far as I know. But it's been a while since I've been involved with all the stuff. I don't know what the Forbidden Scrolls are. See, but like that, going up these stairs, if we were doing the walking challenge, would be ridiculous. So there's dark magic hidden away by the old gods. The old gods are just the names for the gods, as far as I know, in Guild Wars. Because the Kurzurks in Cantha followed the old gods, and they followed Dwayna and Balthazar and stuff. Unless you're talking about, like, Dune and all them. Because I don't know exactly how that works out. Like, did Dune come with the gods, or was he already here? I don't really know exactly how his whole story. I don't know anything really about Dune besides he used to be the god of the underworld. Yeah, like as far as I know, yeah. But like as far as I know, the old gods is still considered Dwayne on all them, but Doom was the god of the underworld before Grinth. Yeah. So like when people say old gods, like in my head I just think like, oh, the gods that were, you know, Doom. Like we can already see that the gods can be replaced. So there isn't really anything saying that the gods couldn't have been replaced before the gods that are there now. I mean, I don't think anywhere in the lore it would really support that, but I mean, I don't think it really has anything, you know. I feel like they're going to separate the gods into all the different races. Yeah. Balthazar, Duena, and Melandru. Well, the book in the Derman Priory says Abaddon, Lissa, and Doom are all, God. They all have, like, dark and light sides to them or something. They all compares them together. Yeah. But in the Derman Priory, underneath it, there's a book that mentions that Abaddon, Lissa, and Doom are all kind of similar. They have dualities or something, is what it says. It's just a phrase. It's not a full book, though. Let's see if I can get this dungeon. I don't know if there's any useful story stuff in the dungeon, but I know. See, but when you start getting into the lore and you start looking for more stuff on the map and in the NPC dialogue and stuff, that's where Guild Wars 2 started taking off for me. Like that's the whole reason I started playing again because I was like, maybe they didn't really stick it all in the storyline. You actually have to kind of go out into the world and get some more stuff, and it's like it's kind of fueled me going out a little bit more. But
May Grenth shield you.
because like even stuff like this pact researcher,
What cannot be
may
thought.
Grinth shield you. So like all of the Queen's Guard in Divinity's Reach are Grinth followers. And then like if you go look at all the statues, I don't remember exactly. Like the Lissa statue in Divinity's Reach has gossipers around it. A lot of the other ones had like nobles or regular civilians around it. But Grinth or not Grinth, uh maybe it was Grinth, but the Lissa monument in Divinity's Reach is the only one that has gossipers around her and nobles and stuff. But there's also like weird stuff what is it, Vabby in Guild Wars 1 was supposed to be like Lissa's lands, their chosen lands. That's why there's a lot of mesmers and things to do with beautiful lands and Lissa's mirror as a lake and stuff there. And then like Melandru is said to have been like the one that grew the Kurzurk's forests in Cantha, where all the juggernauts and stuff are. Apparently that was Melandru's type of area. We know Balthazar was the one waging war up in the Ascalonian region, so we can assume that Ascalon was Balthazar's region. Melandru had like the Kurzurk's like Canthan forest. Abaddon would have had the water if he was the water god, you know. So Lissa was in Vabi, which would have been Alona. That's actually a very good point, thinking on it. Because, like, I thought Melandru would have been the Maguma Forest or whatever in the past, but the Maguma Forest has always been wild, and now we always know that that was because the Elder Dragon that was there. But we also know if Abaddon... See, but Abaddon was trapped in the Realm of Torment in Guild Wars 1, and that was out past Vabi, and it was a desert, and they said it used to be an ocean. So that means Abaddon's realm would have been that ocean. And maybe not all the oceans? I don't really know. But then that would put Abaddon and Lissa both in Nightfall. Dwayna, I don't know if it was her realm, but Dwayna gave the Emperor of Cantha a power to do the ritual that Shiro stopped. So maybe Cantha was Dwayna's area, the Kurzik Forest was Melandru's area, then you got Lissa and Abaddon and Nightfall, and then you have Balthazar and Grinth and Prophecies. Because the Temple of the Lost and stuff, even now, that's where Grinth's portals pop open all the time. Yeah, I mean, I assume she was all over the place, but I remember reading some stuff about the Kurzik forests being like built and maintained by Melandru, but yeah, just some weird stuff. Ooh, Ogden Stonehealer's up in here. I don't remember. I was gonna say something right before that, and I forgot what it was now. Well, because we also got to think about, like, so let's say if the well, because, like, in my head, I would say that the jungle of Maguma would have been Melandru. But we know that's where the Elder Dragon was. So if we say that the gods had their own realms and then the dragons had their own realms, if Abaddon's realm or Abaddon's area was the ocean that turned into the desolation or whatever in Alona, then the water dragon's realm would have been the ocean in between the continents. The Melandru could have had Cantha, and then the Elder Dragon, Mordramoth, would have had the Heart of Thorns area, the Jungle of Maguma. Jormag, and then like one of them was in the north. I'm just saying, like, if you spaced out the dragons and the gods, it would almost take up like a huge port. Like pretty much all of the map would have a dragon and a god in it, but you wouldn't have. You'd be missing. Well, no, because Abaddon. You'd have 2 gods for Nightfall, 2 gods for Prophecies, and 2 gods for Cantha area. And then you would have Ore in the middle of all of them. And then you would have the dragons kind of filling in the gaps in between those areas. And that's kind of interesting.
The This isn't the first time the dragons have risen. The Tome of the Rubicon speaks of the dwarves fighting the dragons' champions. We have since learned of other races having fought the dragons long ago. Mersat, Jotun, Forgotten, and Seers. Their secrets are to be found within this ruined city of the human gods. We have experts on each race, all seeking this lost knowledge. Choose one of them, and help us discover how to better fight the remaining Elder Dragons.
Here's something else though. So when you look at, well, I guess there's elementalists in quite a few areas, but like you don't have a lot of like mesmers and stuff in specific or through all races. The Char got fire magic. Like NPC Char have fire magic from the Fire Legion, but I don't recall seeing them cast very many other elemental spells. But I think Asura have access to it. Anyway, what I think they could do though is if we end up killing off the gods, they could separate. If we were going to replace the gods, we could replace them with people from each race. So Dragon's Edge or Dragon's Watch, Ritlock could take the place of Balthazar, and then you'd have like the Asura could take the place of Cormyr. The Savari could take the place of Melandru. And then you'd have... I don't know if you would necessarily replace Dwayna or anything, but... I mean, I guess... I don't think you would put Logan there, but... Maybe you could put Logan there, and it'd be like... Logan would love Jenna so much, he would, like, give her stuff. But Jenna could also fill that role. I don't know. It's weird. Okay, so we can look at the Masat.
Rely on your knowledge.
Or we can look at the Forgotten and Glint. Show how Glint was freed from the control of the Elder Dragon.
I'm a hands-on academic.
Jotun, magical people, knowledgeable both in source. So I heard that the Jotun were actually a sophisticated race and they got wiped out. Seers. Responsible for forging the Bloodstone. See, this is interesting stuff that I never realized the first 1,000 times I played through Guild Wars 2. It's like, because when you play the game, you think like, oh, they're going to give me a storyline, they're going to give me stuff to do, and like I never paid attention to this little stuff. I just click, 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 and you go through it. And you come back and you kind of look at it, and you're talking, like, this is the end dungeon to all the dungeons, and it has the 4 races from ancient history that fought the dragons before, and you can study each of them. So you got 4 paths, so you probably want to do this dungeon at least 4 times.
Too much has been forgotten.
It's a magical race. Do we do Seers? I vaguely remember what some of these are, because I know, I mean, the Forging of the Bloodstone is really important, because it's the only way you could store the magic, and I think it hides it from dragons. The Jotun, I don't really know much about. I heard that they were kind of wiped out. They might have been really good at one part. The Mersat disappeared and abandoned the other races during the Dragon's Awakening in their time. People connect them to Asura here. Actually,
May your knowledge flourish.
Forgotten and Glint show how Glint was freed. This is interesting because the Asura have been connected to the Mersat, like studying their ways or whatever. In this dungeon, they have an Asura going for the Mersat. You have a Sylvari that is going for the Forgotten and Glint, which they have. Glint does visions and telepathy and stuff, and the Sylvari have the dream and all of that, and they're also kind of helpers. The Jotun are kind of spread out in the mountain regions and stuff, similar to the Norn. They don't have any civilization or anything left. And there's vague things. I think they're connecting them to the races, but the Seers, I don't remember. I know the Bloodstone being connected to humanity, but I don't remember what the Seers look like. They allied with the Forgotten Dwarfs, Jotun and Mersat to resist the Elder Dragons and survive. I might just do this to see the Seers, because we get to choose a scholar. I can't help but think that they're purposely segregating the
Seers were a
races for
magical
each race.
and once close allies to the Mersat. When the Elder Dragons first awoke, they gathered the unspoiled magic in the world and locked it within a great artifact, the First Bloodstone. The human gods recovered this bloodstone and gave magic to the human race. When humanity could not handle that power, they split it into 5 parts. The first bloodstone was broken into pieces in Ara. I've modified an Asuran device to follow divine energies. I think we can find shards from that event, and perhaps its location.
Okay, so the dragons are asleep, and then when they're asleep, magics siphon off into the world. The Seers were the ones that built the Bloodstone and then trapped the dragon's magic in the stones, and then that's where the gods gave the magic to the people. Yeah, he's pretty young. He got some forehead wrinkles, I mean, and he's balding, so he's definitely stressed. Breach the gate and press deeper into Ara. So he said the Bloodstone was broken up and is in Ara, or I don't remember what he said already. Orion villagers. Oh man, this isn't good. See, so, but that's the thing, right? Because you're saying gods of Tyria, and that's what I was thinking as well. And that's what I'm pretty sure it is. But this guy is saying that the Seers built the Bloodstone. It also said the Seers were magical. And they alliance themselves. And the person telling us this is a human, so I can only assume that the Seers were kind of in the same position the humans were in. The Mersat are kind of in the same sort of position the Asura are in. The Jotuns are probably similar to the Norn. There's definitely some stuff going on. Imagine doing that, doing the walking challenge solo in this dungeon. I would get my ass beat. It doesn't really feel like you're adventuring into a dungeon when you're running.
Mission aborted.
Jesus. He did 8k damage. Oh god, that is fucking terrible. Need to do the old combat roll. And then we gotta do this, swap over. We learned this during the old Char battle of 1940 yesterday. But I think I messed up already though. Damn. Maybe if we can get him to stun break. All those pack troops already died. Let me read this real quick. So Seers were there before the gods made humans on Tyria. From what I understand, the gods brought the humans to Tyria. But oh my god, why is he here? Oh, this place is cursed. 100%. This only worked last time because, why am I slowed? I can't. I got my things mixed up. what I was trying to do, game. Do this over here, do this, swap, rotation. Here, and then F1. Thank you. Jesus. Alright. They had a Shadow Stone, which is an artifact of the Seers. According to NBC called historian Tranton, it was used to amplify the magical abilities of Seers to create what eventually became the Bloodstone. So now my question would be, because I don't know if this is in Guild Wars 1 or whatever, what exactly is the Shadow Stone? And then what magical abilities did the Seers have before the gods gave magic to humans, you know? Let's just go ahead and do that. Search for shards of the Bloodstone. There's a good chance that we die a lot going through this, and that's fine. 'Cause I'm in it for the long haul at this point. Hound of Balthazar. Alright, so these are Balthazar's pets that he let, well, there's 3 that he left in ore, I guess. Which is interesting. There's also that Norn chick that was outside of Ara that was using like Balthazar's kind of like whatchamacallit? I forgot what it is. That shrine thing that we used. But alright. Hounds of Balthazar. Let's go at it. You know, it'd be more interesting if they ended up making it to where so like let's say that Balthazar was already trapped in the mists and then they just teleported his hounds down here to pin him up. Like that'd be an interesting part of the story if it was a thing. Oh, that's such BS. Fire orb.
Lord Ogren once sought out the gods. Perhaps we need to seek them out again.
My destiny.
Oh, I already messed up. I got the wrong thing on. I need a good staff skin. Like something that's green and kind of spear-like. I got one, but it's not shiny enough. I need like a bright green, you know? Because we have this one that I bought and I thought about using instead. It's kind of spear looking and got a little bit of green. But, you know, I don't know if it's 100% there yet, you know? High Priest of Balthazar, but he is undead. This is like, I guess it makes sense, but I don't really know. Jesus, my guy, you gotta calm down a little bit here. Okay, we gotta run. We gotta run. Oh my god. Time out, man. Time out. Wait, I stun broke. That's annoying. Alright. Something with like, I want it to look like a glaive. Basically, I'm using this as a melee weapon. I'm using it like a glaive. So it needs to be kind of like a spear or like glaive look, and then kind of match the green that's on my armor, so I can use it with my Shiro thing. How am I supposed to beat this dude? I guess I can do drive-bys. Oh, you jerk. You want some? I wish I had a ranged weapon right now. He's like immune to crowd control effects or something. I don't really know. Here, here, here. Swap over. What does this say? Draws power from Bloodstone Fragment. Is that what this is? Can I break it? No. You jerk. He's like immune to half of them. I don't fully get it yet. Oh. I can mess up so fast. It's not even funny. I need sigils and stuff. I need my gear upgraded because I'm not a complete build yet. Somebody join my party and come in this dungeon with me. Holy crap. Alright, here we go. I would kill for an energy sigil right now. Oh god. We're getting there. We are indeed getting there. Killed me right there. I messed up. Oh, I've messed up really bad. This feels like Guild Wars 1 to me a little bit. Holy crap. Probably wouldn't be as bad if I had like an actual full build, but I mean, Jesus. Oh, that was close. Alright. Do the old swap-a-rooney. Oh crap, I I should get that, God, what is it? The ruins that do burning damage when you block? Oh. I bet they're like 10 or 20 gold these days. I bought a whole bunch of them before I left. Oh, I need to focus a little bit. I need to focus just a little bit. Ooh, that hurt. That one hurt. I was just playing. Holy crap. I am wasting my blocks way too damn much. I have been out of PvP for way too long.
I demand that you release me.
Just gotta play like a thief. That's how we gotta play. At least for today. Thief mixed with Guardian, mixed with Warrior. Oh, he actually went through it. Some of those hits actually went through it. It's unblockable. Something.
I have returned to fight at your side.
Jesus, that hurts. See, I wasted my block right there. And a dodge. Panicking. Just a little bit.
I demand that you release me.
That didn't really do much at all. Hey.
Look there. That gem.
Alright, man. Thanks for watching and talking to
That's a
me.
shard of the bloodstone. It matches my research. I knew there had to be
If
small
you come back,
pieces
just
from when
holler.
the human gods sundered it. We must recover it.
Dominator staff. Firefox staff.
Interesting. I think Zaitan's minions are attracted to the power of these stones.
Firefox staff. I mean, It is a spear-like staff, but it's very blue. Sadly, we can't change colors on the weapons yet. Dominator staff. And that one's a little bit, I don't know. It's probably not the right one for me, I don't think, on that.
Knowledge is the greatest treasure.
Now this is so the Bloodstone trapped uncorrupted magic into it. So what if the Bloodstone is what made the dragons lose to corruption because there was more negative magic than positive magic? Because all the positive magic's trapped in the Bloodstone. Now that would be a heck of a plot twist for that. Because it kind of would make sense at one point. Because let's say that there's a perfect balance of magics, and then the seers want to keep the elder dragons from waking up, so they stick all the positive magic that they can in the bloodstones, which leaves a bunch of corrupt magic. The dragons wake up, destroy all their stuff, eat a whole bunch of corrupt magic, go back to sleep with excess corrupt magic inside of them, then they reawaken during our time, and the whole thing is that the magic is unbalanced because there's still magic stuck in the bloodstone, and then some of the magic is inside the human beings. That would be kind of crazy. Search for the shards of the bloodstone. Is that not the shard right there? Or is that... Hmm.
Without justice, courage is weak.
Hurrah. healer guy we need to kill. Oh my god, he does so much damage.
I have returned to fight at your side.
Oh, I think I might take Thrill of Combat and try to increase my tank stats. Because I could increase the percentage of damage reduction that I'm getting by quite a lot. I don't know if it would help me or not, though, honestly, compared to damage. Oh, Jesus. What in the world?
Someone help me!
It's got two-shot by something that I can't even see. Hopefully it's not, like, under the ground. Or maybe it's that. I doubt it's that, though. It's acting like I'm supposed to find the shard of the bloodstone in here. Actually, where the hell is this? Oh, I'm stupid. Definitely stupid. So we have some sort of magical distortion energy that's green and black, and potentially some sort of trap energy thing here. I always kind of wonder, like, did they make this look more like a UFO or what? UFO vibes. Ooh, that's not good.
I
conditions are actually destroying me. Holy moly. After all this, I can't beat the ooze! Ah! Who would have thought? Who would have thought? What we got here? We got Devastation, Invocation, so we want Devastation. For sure. And then we're gonna go Vulnerability, Lifesteal, such. And then, Move a condition. Jesus. Full Berserker gear. Can't damage them enough to kill them. And they're just smacking the hell out of me. Like, all I can really do is try to run past them, I guess. I don't... Maybe not.
I'm fading fast.
Just not strong enough to do it on our own, sadly. I mean, well, we probably need poison. Poison would reduce the healing effect, but I don't know if that would help us that much. We're gonna have to come back to this dungeon at some point and do all the different branches. But might be time for me to take a break. What is it? It says 16 hours. Tower toughness, vitality. I could probably go another day of playing if I wanted to and go for that 24, but 16, I think that's enough for me. I can get 8 hours of sleep. Alright. Well, if y'all guys stop by and watch, thanks for coming by, and I'm going to go take a break. Y'all guys have a good one, alright? And thank you for watching and talking and all that, getting into the lore with me, because, you know, it does help a little bit, keep me interested in the story. So, y'all guys have a good